Welcome back, everyone, to night 14 of Gameplays D&D. We have come back to the world of Theatil after a tumultuous event this past session that we had, where our players encountered a devious aberration, some fell beast that came from somewhere unknown, the Smiling Man, that took over an entire town and caused everyone to have horrible nightmares that they seen that he was feasting off of. It turned out that one of the people that they thought to be a friendly individual, someone that was just there at a bad time, was the man that started it all. It was the guy that came to them running through the woods, screaming of nightmares that he and his townsfolk were having. And that was our good friend, Vorley. Vorley had very good intentions behind what he did to summon the Smiling Man. Promises of helping his dying grandmother. The Smiling Man said that he would do anything to help him that he could. And he said that he would just need to feast on one dream. And that one dream spread throughout the entire town and turned into an epidemic. And our heroes came into the beast's lair, solved his puzzles and his riddles, and eventually went into some of his own nightmares that he had crafted as prisons for our heroes. Morgal and Mick were trapped in two of those, while the rest of the gang decided to go out back into town after an idea that Tralia had, that she did see some kind of pentacle that was in the beginning of the dungeon. And they said, well, there seems to be somebody that summoned this creature, so let's go back and find out who it was. They met up with Vorley, and then the rest of our friends got out of their imprisonments by noticing that it was but a mere illusion. And confronting the Smiling Man, he was able to siphon the rest of their willpower to bring himself into the physical realm. And as he did so, he started changing shapes into that of a giant, decaying skeletal creature, a massive flaming beast, and a gelatinous cube-type creature trying to kill our players. Morgal almost barely survived, and our heroes were able to see that the entire time the very answer to destroying this beast was right in front of them from the very start of the dungeon, telling the truth, admitting their deepest lies, the truths that they hold most dear. And after they did that, it was too much for the creature, and it seemingly disappeared. They then went for a good night's rest, taking the book that summoned this beast by Vorley, and telling the good townsfolk that Vorley, he was just in a bad situation. After resting, they were awoken by a couple of raps on the door, and they met a man, very well dressed and very neatly put together, very mysterious at first, and they found out that his name was Kha'Zix Kazgan. And Kha'Zix has a proposal for them to start finding relics across the realm of Theatil that need not go into the hands of normal people. If they fall into the wrong hands, it could deal a great amount of damage to anyone around them. Will they take this up? But alas, there was yet another surprise. This mutual benefactor that started this supposed industry is none other than Gore, the kitsune that they met from the very first episode. And that is where we begin tonight's adventure. Kha'Zix looks over towards the door and he says, of course you know this mutual benefactor. Sir, would you like to come in? A very well put together kitsune missing his left arm, walks into the door, adjusting his glasses ever so. Oh. Hello.
Hi.
You're
Hello.
alive!
For the first time for me.
Oh, by the gods, you're alive.
How did you survive?
Oh, yeah. Mitnick, I would assume that a lot of you would have these types of questions for me.
Yeah?
And I see that you have some new compatriots as well.
Yes.
Allow me to introduce myself. The two of these fellow friends of yours knew me as Gore. That was a cover name that I was using. My true name is Archibald.
That sounds a bit more fitting.
Archibald Burkow. And I am the one that looks over the organization that he just pitched you on.
I see.
Allow me to purchase us a round of drinks so that we may speak about this endeavor a little better and also discuss why I'm not dead.
Well, I won't turn free drinks down, so thanks.
Exactly,
I
yep.
can use a drink.
Definitely.
First of all, I would like to meet the new additions to the team. I've been watching all of your works very closely, and I am very intrigued by the potential that I have seen. Your repertoires are very expensive. Let's begin with the big one, the male.
Morgul looks around for a moment and then realizes, oh, I'm the big. Okay. Hi there. Morgul Opaltide. We haven't actually met, but I kind of recognize you from something kind of weird that happened to us. But yeah, pleasure.
Yeah, the pleasure is all mine. Morgul Opaltide. And how did the tides fare you back in the day, my friend?
Could have been better. You know.
I am quite a fan of the pirating that you used to do.
Oh,
It might prove a very useful skill if you will decide to take me up on my offer. That's also the other tall one, the Fearbold. Madam, may I ask, who are you?
I'm Charlie Willoughby, and with skeptical ear I will listen to your offer.
Skeptical. I like that. Having a mind such as that is a very good thing for the organization that I hold so dear to my heart. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, do you need to know about me?
No, I already know everything that I need to know. I just wanted to hear it from you.
If you already know, then why ask?
It's just, I like this one. Very nice, very well.
He also does a number on roofs if you ever need them trampled.
Yes. So I've heard. Now, Trollia, your druidic skills would prove very helpful with this endeavor, I believe. It could make you very stealthy, but it's also a very powerful ability to wield, if given the right nature. White-haired one.
Well, hello, how are you doing?
I've been much better. As you can see, the almost entirety of my left arm is missing, so...
How did you get out of the little glitch city that was happening with Kage there?
That wasn't actually a glitch city.
That wasn't real.
What you experienced alongside Morgul was more akin to a vision of what
temporal
Moxie
dysmorphia.
That's
What you experienced was temporal dysmorphia.
That word
It
is
is
big and makes
a
it.
trick that can be utilized through a particular type of relic that I would
Huh.
like to see back. But it was taken a long time ago, however.
Well, I do
The
have a question.
nature of that relic allows you to see forms and visions of the past. However, none of them are real, except it seems very real with the temporal anomalies that you all encountered. I'm very surprised that you were able to make it out of such a simulation. Very intriguing.
Well, we are the best, so. But I do have a question for you, Mr. Kitson.
Yeah, that's not my name. I am Archibald, but yes.
Why us? Why do you want us to do this?
I mean, besides
You
the fact
all-
that you just touted being the best.
You
Well,
all
yeah,
have,
we are the best, but you could have easily picked some other people. So I'm just curious, why us?
I have many agents around the realm of Theratio. I would like to induct you all into my agency as well, given all of the things that you have done so far. You just took down what I consider a level 6 aberration. Very good.
Yeah, us kind of doing our thing and being able to kill anything does make your decision a little easier, I'm assuming.
Praxis,
Anything.
stop blowing smoke up your own ass, okay?
Anything.
That's awesome.
Hey, I'm blowing smoke up everybody's ass, all right?
That doesn't
Miss
make any
Trollia,
sense.
you were about to say something. What was it, dear?
Well, to be more comfortable, we should go downstairs to have a few drinks and sit down and listen to your offer as thinking creatures.
I agree. Let us go, shall we?
Yeah,
Let
let's
Draxus
go
have
drink.
more than two.
As
Let
they
me
start
have more
heading
than
Having
down,
one personally.
you all sit around a rather large table. Tommel places a very nice establishment. A little worn for the wears now, given the events that happened last night. But you all are handed a few drinks and a few shots. And the kitsune sits down, crosses its legs, and looks down at the bottle for a moment, and then looks back up at you all. I would like for each of you to think about this offer. It is of the utmost importance. You've shown your skills as heroes, as warriors, as people that speak their mind and hide their minds as well.
Could we, if we do happen to say yes to your offer, maybe get some items of our own to help us on our adventures to protect the items you want us to protect?
If I
That
or
was not wise.
Kha'Zix deem it necessary to let you utilize any relic, we call them relics.
Relics.
If I deem it necessary for you to deem a relic worthy of a particular task, then you will be handed one thusly.
I
However,
understand.
the majority of the relics that are out there in the world are too dangerous for even any of you to handle.
I didn't say keep, I just said use.
He did say handle.
Draxus,
Utilizing any of these relics could result in a multitude of things happening to you. Your mind could go into a place where it could never be accessed again. You could get stuck in a simulation for eternity, almost as you all have happened to you before. You could be incinerated on sight. You could be poisoned and choke on your own tongue. You could be forced into a gravitational pull that is that of 13 different planetoids, and you wouldn't be able to make it back for breakfast.
Well, that's a shame.
you could also end up possessed by any number of things, or your body could be torn to pieces, or you could summon another aberration, none of which are very favorable.
I would like to
Calamax,
think that the
if you
items
would not mind, I would like that book, please.
Fine. I was
You
so
see
looking
him
forward to reading
reach
it.
into a bag of his as you see a gauntlet come out. And
Why do you have that?
the gauntlet sparks for a moment as he says, "You may want to close your eyes." He grabs onto the book and you hear sparks fly off of it for a moment as he places it into his bag. Okay, much better. As he takes off the
4.
gloves and puts it back into his bag.
Right.
What did you do to that?
Quite the display.
I call these Get 'em gauntlets. These right here will help you grab anything that you need and neutralize its effective magical capabilities for around, I would say, until you get it into a containment field, 3-5 minutes.
Why did you
Long
need to wear them?
exposures to any relic could have catastrophic capabilities.
So, given that you are wanting us to collect these relics, shouldn't we be afforded the same safeties?
Of course. You never inquired about
Uh,
safety protocols.
Prior to 30 seconds ago, I had no idea that such a
If
safety would be
you
needed.
will accept, you will be given normal agent required gear
Like?
to be safely, as Miss Willoughby put it thusly earlier, snag it, bag it, and tag it. There is a place in which all of these relics go. You see the kitsune snap his fingers for a moment as you see pink flames go around the door frames and the windows of the place. This is a spell to keep out any unwanted ears.
Very well.
There is a place that is not known to the majority of people within this world. You all helped me a long time ago. Of course, you also got me killed.
So you did die.
Of course I did. I was only able to make it back thanks to a particular relic that I was keeping on my person.
Well,
He takes out a pendant. This right here is called the Necro Orb.
very fascinating.
You see him roll it around in his fingers for a moment. Its purple and emerald hue are melded through the orb. The Necro Orb allows anyone that dies to be rewarded new life. Now, I'm sure that you can imagine how something like this in the wrong hands could go very badly.
If the
hell is-
Mikage got his hands on that, that would be the end of everything.
I think the
No.
Mikage would be
I
the
was
least of the
Mikage,
concerns.
originally-
no.
I was originally in Timbervale watching Durmox, as you all call him, the tax collector. Durmox has a particular relic that he utilizes to collect his taxes. The Nail of Oswald. You may want to write this down.
You said that's
Marion.
Oswald?
Oswald, yes. The nail of Oswald allows him to siphon his kinetic energy through others and make it into a mineral. Hence why you have the coins that I'm assuming that he gave you.
Mm-hmm.
I was investigating exactly what he and the Mikage were up to. Little did I know that it was inevitably you all. You all are the relics that he wanted.
Indeed.
Please tell me that means you're not going to put us in the giant, dangerous relic museum.
I think he'd rather use us or
It's
employ
mostly a
us.
joke.
Now, he looks over at Kha'Zix for a moment. I don't think that you all should be put away. Kha'Zix, on the other hand, and some of my other compatriots believe that you are dangerous. That
I mean, people have been
all
going around killing Red Moon children for ages now.
children of the Red Moon have particular magical qualities that make them very strong when they are able to wield these magics.
Like,
If you all are not aware, each of you are Red Moon children. Children born under the Red Moon. I don't think that you should be, given the actions that we have been seeing you do. We have been keeping tabs on every move that each of you have been making, as well as some of the other Red Moon children. We haven't been able to find many, but we have seen some. Each of you have interesting qualities that I think would make you great at this job and ultimately help you with your destinies. Kha'Zix believes that you should be frozen in Korkul and put away forever.
Because, screw the idea that we have agency.
I mean,
Because-
yeah, I don't really appreciate that, Kha'Zix. That's kind of not fair.
Kha'Zix looks and says, "Let me ask you something.
Sure.
mm-hmm.
Especially Moxie and Miknik. What is it that you all were able to do with the help from the Mikage?
Nothing good.
You did what? Please be specific.
We were
Destroyed a
conned.
town.
We were conned, lied to, and deceived into summoning the Cinder Flame.
It was not just the artifacts that you possess. It is your bloodline that allowed the magic to take effect. Imagine your all's bloodline in the wrong hands, and the artifacts that you wield. The relics.
Wouldn't that just mean
That's
that we
what they
need
are
better
that you
training?
possess in the wrong hand.
Shouldn't that just mean we need more training?
And shouldn't that just mean that we should put them on ice as soon as possible and be done with it? We wouldn't
How
have
about
to
I
worry
remove-
about this.
How about I
wanna be on
remove your
ice?
head so you can stop being a judgmental hypocrite?
I actually, Calimex, if you would be so kind, that right there is one of the chancellors of the place that I work for, and you have no idea the type of powers that they wield. So if you tried to remove his head, he would kindly put it back on him own self, probably put it on Morgul's body, and beat you to death with Morgul's fists. So,
Oh,
please
Kha'Zix.
keep your tongue within your own mouth when spoken to by him. I will speak on your behalf. No, Kha'Zix,
I do
we're not going to do that.
have a question.
Thank you.
Yes, Morgul.
There's such a concern on that. Why have you not done anything about the Cinder Flame, then?
It's too
I
much.
did not think that the Cinder Flame would ever be brought back. I did not know that these two, and the help of two others, would bring back the most destructive creature in the entirety of the universe.
I mean, to be fair, neither did we.
Of course, you did not know that. However, the Mikage knew that you wouldn't know that, and then he knew that he would use you, so, ergo, accordingly, and vis-a-vis, we're stuck in the situation that we are.
And all
Until
of
we
the
skin
above,
him.
why we need more training, which I very graciously accept. So,
Would anybody here like to enlighten Sir Kha'Zix as to what would have happened if we didn't do any of the things we've done so far
I
to help people?
would rather
Where,
interject.
where should we start? Where should we start with that?
Draxus, sit your butt down and drink your ale.
I would rather
Draxus. If I may,
Yes.
I understand your plight. However, the summoning of the Cinder Flame was before your time.
So I've been told.
Moxie and Miknik understand the gravity of the choices that they made. However, if I were to put the blame on anyone, there's one of their fellow compatriots from long ago that started the entire ordeal.
Yep.
He is the one to blame for the Cinder Flame's return in the first place.
That being said, I'm not going to be one to advocate a witch hunt on him. He's certainly
couldn't-
dealing
Whatever
with enough that he
happened
is.
to Leon and Kai?
Kai went to his monastery to ensure the safety of its other inhabitants. Leon got called away from us in Blind Cairn when we found Draxus. He got called away back to Shimmerberry to replace the council member that was killed by an agent of the Cinder Flame. Or an agent of the Herald, not an agent of the Cinder Flame.
The Council of the Three Trees.
He has been called to be an illustrious member of the council. He's now a politician.
I see that does not ring with you all yet. I said 3 trees.
Sounds familiar.
No,
There was
it
only
doesn't,
one
but
tree in Shimmerberry.
correct, Nick. Your mind is thinking correctly right now. I want you to dwell on that statement.
Very
However,
well.
back to our original conversation.
I
Yes,
personally,
Trollia, what will you ask?
So I understand how we would be useful to you. But how would you and your organization be useful to our journey to, put it as, save the world?
My opinion is not a popular one amongst my intellectuals. I think you all are honestly here to do good. I truly do. In your own ways. May they be ever so swayed in a few different pools. But I think ultimately, if I were to put the weight of a task like this on anyone's shoulders, it would be the ones that have escaped to the grasp of one of the strongest creatures in the multiverse.
seems reasonable.
I mean, how many dragons have
you
y'all killed on
decide-
top of that?
If you decide to join me, I will assure you this. You will have my full backup of anything that you all do. My organization has its paws in a few different places among the realm of Therateel. I have quite a bit of sway I can't do everything, but I can try. I also have a vast array of things that could possibly help you on any kind of journey that you decide to go on, any kind of mission that you decide to take on. And of course, if you all do decide to go after relics that I tell you about, of course you will be equipped to the teeth with what I deem necessary to try and take down these as such. I will also say that if the time should come, and ultimately I think that it will at some point, you'll have the full support of me, and hopefully, if you can change the minds of some others, my organization, when the time comes for the war that I think will come at some point.
It does seem to be going that way.
I have a question for you, because your opinion does not seem to be a prevailing one between your peers.
Yes.
If we do indeed join you, how do we know that we're not going to get frozen?
There's a good point.
We seem to be very unpopular amongst your compatriots.
I am one of the leaders of Temple 15. Temple 15 is where we keep all of the relics secure. My sway has quite a bit, but I cannot promise you that. You, all, and your actions, if I so choose to put my faith in you, that I have. If you choose to do this, and you sway my compatriots, then I can promise you, you will not be. You will be utilized as the potential heroes that I think that you are.
So if we do this, it's gonna neutralize all that bad blood between the opinions.
If you all do a good job.
Of course, if we do what you ask.
If you do a poor job and say that you get,
Corrupted by something?
corrupted by something, I mean, we really won't have a choice.
Which means
But
keep
we
your
would
mitts
have-
off things.
But we would have done that anyway.
So give us a relic and let us prove our worth.
I mean,
Yeah,
Give you a
there
relic
needs to
to
be some
chase
trust
down?
established.
Yes.
I mean,
Give us a relic to find, and
I'll
if we
agree.
prove our worth, then you must be our aid whenever we need you.
Yeah, there needs to be a level of trust established between
Draxus,
us
you
and
don't need to be opening your
fellows.
mouth right now. Except say whether or not you agree.
Mr. Draxus, trust is a two-way street.
Of course.
You all do not trust me and my organization at the moment as much as they do not trust you. I have full faith in your all's capabilities. Proving your worth by tracking down these and bringing them back and putting them safely in place. It's not going to happen overnight. One delivery of one relic is not going to sway the minds of 13 individuals on the council. However, if you so choose to take on this task, and you continually do good work, have good results, and put these immeasurable amounts of nightmares within the confines of the temple, then I do not see any reason as to why they would think that you all are anything but people trying to help.
and of course, Draxus, if we're helping them, let's say we get 2 relics, then that's already a step towards a greater amount of trust. And at that point, if we have something we need to do other than relic searching, we've already got at least a little bit of help, I would presume, from this council. And from there, it just becomes an ongoing
You all would be under my care.
cooperation.
You all would answer to me.
The thought I had on this is otherwise, what's our other option? Wandering aimlessly about until we just magically find what we're needing?
Not to mention the fact that if we do
I
go
mean,
about
here's
doing
your
that,
choices. Here's your choices. You all can write your own journey as you are right now. I have a proposition for you. You can take it, you cannot take it. Either way, we are still going to go about our mission, and I will continue to go and grab these relics and put them safely where they need to be. I need help, but I can always find it somewhere else.
And it sounds like if we were to go about doing our own thing, then if we screw up, which by my judgment seems at least a little more likely without going through Archibald for the relics and gaining that experience that it would yield us, then we're going to be sought out by this council because we never built any trust, and Archibald's going to lose a foot to stand on as far as preventing us from getting frozen.
I mean, that's a good point.
Let me tell you this. Everything that you all have done so far has not gone unnoticed. People are taking account.
Better.
Word of your group is spreading. Be it for good, be it for bad. That is for people to decide on their own. You all write your own story. You taking this job is not going to change the story that you have. If there are things that you want to go and do them. If I give you a task to go and get a relic, get the relic. Put it securely in the temple. It is a great task and a wondrous world that you would be delving into. One that otherwise I don't think that you all would know about.
I'm on board.
I'll do it.
We would be able to learn more powers that are available. I'm for it.
Morgan, what about you?
I don't see a problem with putting away some artifacts, so...
Rexus?
One condition.
Really?
When we retrieve relics, I think it would be the smartest idea possible to have somebody from your council to meet us there to get them. Because, due to these relics being as dangerous as they are, I think it would be foolish for us to be walking around Theotil with a bag full of things that could end the world.
I am going to give you, if you so choose to join this cause, I will give you what I call a homestone. This homestone will be your link between the temple and when you pick up a relic, you deliver it thusly to the temple.
I think everybody involved can agree that this makes this much safer.
Definitely. So,
And then that homestone will bring you right back to where you were to continue on your journey thusly. I will only be giving you one.
I would
You
prefer us
are
stay together
to
anyway.
guard it with your life.
Moxie, I think you can keep it.
We're not letting you have it, certainly.
Hey, at least I got it.
Right. Well,
This
I'm pretty
is not
sure we
a
would've-
tool to be flashing around.
Yes, it is something nobody needs to know that we have. Only we need to know that we have it.
None of you even need to say that you work for the temple. You need not mention the temple. You need not mention this agency, and majority of the time, unless I deem it necessary, you need not mention me.
Understood?
Makes sense.
I'm in.
I
You
keep
are
keep
just
secrets.
adventurers adventuring.
Can we
On
have a
adventures.
Can we have a tagline like "You relic, we bag it"?
I rather like what Trollia said earlier.
True.
Nag it, beg it. and tag it.
I get it.
Yes.
And
I
don't
like it. It's
mention-
got a nice ring. I love it.
All right, I'm in. You sold me.
Well, otherwise, we were going to send you back to Blind Cairn and hand you over to the Spine Wrencher.
I don't threaten me with a good
At least
time,
I would.
Moxie, come on.
Don't tempt me.
Right. Well, anyways, I think we are all in agreement, and we'll look forward to helping you out with whatever next relic you want us to seek.
Fabulous news. In that case, Madame Tralia, you said that you wanted a relic to go after.
Yes.
There is one close by.
Fantastic.
The stone tablet of Oxidok.
And what does this tablet do?
Tablets.
This tablet has a very interesting ability.
Over the
It is
table,
able to
Justin, can you
turn-
spell that, please?
Oxidok,
Yes.
Oxidoc, Oxidok.
I was close.
Okay, thank you.
The tablet of Oxidok was made 1800 years ago. It was utilized by a Knoll conqueror named Ikranik. Ikranik decided that he would go amongst all people and present them with the tablet. As they would gaze upon the tablet, they would turn into mindless husks. Anything that is etched onto the tablet becomes what those that look upon it, their own truth, their own thinking. If you write on it, I decide to murder someone, that person that reads it will go and do that. This
That
is a tablet that is not to be trifled with.
That is
So you say the tablet's in the
concerningly
area.
strong.
Yes.
Where?
About 8 miles away from here, in the small town of Reading, Reeding. In the town of Reading, there is a cave. It will be hidden. I would ask around and see exactly where it's possibly located or something to that ilk. I only know of its last location. Someone took it in there, and they locked that cave away. They hid the tablet in there because they didn't want anyone else to have it. They thought that they would use it later on in life. However, that person, then the last to hold the tablet, was killed because someone else thought that they had the tablet. That is quite the unfortunate circumstance, isn't it?
Do you have a relic that would help us find other relics? Because getting
No.
this done quickly would be in everybody's best interest.
I think
No.
Tralia and I might have some skills that will help us find it. You need not worry.
I think that you all and each of your skill sets have everything that you need.
I
So
find it
I will,
ironic.
however, give you one, to start with, one set of gauntlets. These gauntlets, as I told you, will neutralize the energy of a relic for a small period of time until it can be contained.
Are they good for anything else?
I
Aside
will
from
also
being gloves.
give you a bag. I'm going to call it the decontamination bag until you all can come up with something better.
The bag of holding.
No, that's a different thing.
That is a relic that already exists, and it's not very dangerous. However, I've heard some stories.
I think we all have.
Yes.
This bag, if you put a relic into it, it will grow to accommodate the size of the relic. It will then neutralize its potential magic capabilities for 20 minutes. The bag, you have 20 minutes to then get it to the temple.
Other than that, it's just an average bag.
The teleportation stone that you were giving us,
The homestone.
the home stone, thank you. Does it have restrictions as to where it can be used? Like, can we bag the sucker, use the stone from wherever we are, and instantly be there? Or do we need to be, like, where the sky is clear or something?
You, unfortunately, as we have it right now, it's pretty old world technology. So you do need to be where there is a clear sky.
Let's see.
So, not necessarily a clear sky, but there needs to be a sky visible. So if you're in a cavern, if you're in a tavern, if you're in a home, go outside, use the stone, and get back.
Very well. Okay.
While we were in the cavern of Grobatha, I was not able to utilize mine. So I could not get back in time to heal myself.
Right, that would make sense. So, guys, I think we need to come up with a false truth for why we're wanting to go to that cave. I would hate to be all
We're cave
talkative
explorers.
about.
Yeah, we're
The
there to
relic.
study stalactites.
We're just doing some spelunking.
I want to find
How
creepy
did
crawlies.
we hear about the cave?
Avid spelunkers hear about caves everywhere they go.
And this
Yes.
one was tucked
Easy.
away. How long ago exactly, Archibald?
To what?
Was the cave tucked away? How long ago was
1800
that?
years.
No, that was when it was first seen. The last sighting of it would have probably been 1,200 years ago.
As long as we don't suspiciously ask townspeople, they shouldn't question us.
No
If
one
it's
knows
12
exactly how relics come into being. We just go out and we get them.
So this cave has not been seen for, let's just make it simple, over 1,000 years here, and we're going to be asking about it. I'm just concerned that there's going to be questions about why in the world we're curious about a cave that is clearly legend at this point, because who in the hell is going to be
That-
writing that down?
It's not my problem.
We'll
I'm
figure it out,
addressing my
Mick.
party.
I have an easy answer for that, Mick. We are cave enthusiasts, and we are looking in the area for caves and asking about caves. We do not know or not have heard of any caves in the area, so...
It's just, hey, we're looking for places. Are there any nearby?
Yes.
Play stupid.
So,
Play
yes.
stupid.
If we
Yes.
play
By
too
the way-
stupid, however, we will be tempted to be turned away by the simple, no, there's no caves here.
Well, we just gotta ask enough
Then
people
we'll
until we
also
find
go
it.
wandering and then we'll also go wandering and possibly find it ourselves.
Yes, I think we're also perfectly capable of doing that.
I think that the past will meet up with you all in the near future.
That's also
Oh,
a concern.
That's a bit
But-
ominous.
What do you mean when you
In the
say that?
meantime, I have a few meetings.
Wait,
that I-
Archibald. No, Archibald, you can't just leave us hanging like that.
Of
That was
course I can, my boy.
exceedingly ominous.
And it
What's this,
shall
Nana?
remain as thusly. Now, your homestones also will go through the sonic and magical vibrations of the temple. If you need to communicate with me, speak through the homestone.
One
So
last
it works like
question.
a sending stone.
Yes,
then.
dear. Yes.
So Moxie has the homestone.
Yeah.
Do we all need to
or
hold?
whoever that you decide to give it to. I don't care.
Should we all hold hands before stepping on this? Do we step on the stone?
How do we
No,
control?
the stone will open a portal, and the portal will take you to where you need to be.
I was just wondering.
And it's going to know only to transport us.
I just want to make
No,
sure one of us
it
didn't
will
get
not.
halfway through and the left. the
It
rest
will
of us
not
left
know to
behind.
only transport us.
That's unfortunate.
That is why I said keep the homestone extremely close to you.
I
If
mean,
the homestone gets into the hands of someone that need not have it, they will be able to access the temple.
in the event of us using it, is it going to be a portal left open that anyone can then follow us through?
It will stay open for exactly 30 seconds.
Okay.
You have 30 seconds once the portal opens for each of you to go through the portal. Until we can come up with better technology, this is what we have to work with.
I see.
It will have to suffice.
Yep.
Well, we will go to reading and see you soon.
Yep. Let's
Very good.
get our things together and get on.
Welcome, each of you, to Temple 15 and the agency.
Thank you, Archibald.
I think we'll be happy aboard.
I'll have some of my other agents contact you when I need them to. As for now, I will bid you all farewell. If you have any questions, contact me on the homestone.
Thank you, Archibald.
Okay.
You see him grab his homestone, and he looks at it for a moment as it starts to glow, and you see a portal open up right behind him as he steps into the portal, and you see Kha'Zix get up. I really hope that you all don't mess this up.
We do too.
Please have some faith in us. I think we can handle it.
Faith is earned. As he walks through the portal, and it closes.
Right.
Right.
You
well,
all
let's get going.
are alone.
Ooh. Okay.
So, we've got...
I got us gloves, a rock, and a magic bag, guys.
Hang on. Which way to Reading?
Reading.
Reading.
Okay,
Where
I
do we
heard
go to get the
RI.
library town?
I'm sure we could ask townsfolk.
Yeah, we'll just go out and ask somebody which way is reading.
I have a high degree of confidence in us.
I will
guys.
be
think
right
we can
back.
do this.
You all talk amongst yourselves and plan and do
Very
everything.
well.
Draxus, you asking about things that you are allowed to keep?
Okay, but I got us things that we were allowed to keep.
I think those
Um,
things would have been afforded to us regardless. Archibald isn't
Those
exactly
were
one
afforded
for...
to us regardless. Those are standard field equipment.
Well, I just wanted to make sure.
Well, you've
yes,
made sure.
child.
Just potentially at the...
Detriment
reduction.
of our... Yeah. Yes, to
They
the
were good. They
detriment-
were good ideas. They were good ideas.
But that doesn't mean you need to open your mouth for every single one you have.
Well, would you rather me just pipe up or say, "Hey, wait a second, let's make this a little safer and more efficient"?
Obviously, I applaud efficiency. But
And safety.
You did
Safety
it
is
very...
important.
You did this very inopportunely. You had very horrendous timing. You didn't let him explain anything.
I'll still like to think I got us a magic bag and gloves and
You think that to yourself up
And a
until he
stone.
gets you killed. Now hand it over. You're
I
not
already
holding it.
I already gave it to you.
Okay. Fair.
It's on the table.
I think everything should just be in Moxie's hands. It seems like that's the safest hands for.
Everyone trusts the thing that looks and acts like a devil. That's hilarious.
Well,
Well, I
people
mean,
don't-
it's nothing to do with that. It's the fact that if I happen to keep it, you would give me one opportunity to hand it over, and then just viciously beat me if I didn't.
You all see Archibald's head pop out of a portal for a moment. Keeping the homestone and the bag on the same person, not a great idea, especially if one of you gets captured and both of those items are kept on the same person. I would highly advise that you divvy these tasks out accordingly. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Elliot,
I-
take your
Timing's
gloves.
impeccable.
What?
I grabbed the bag.
Very well.
Draxus, no!
I will grab the least dangerous thing, and you will trust me, Moxie.
I am not obliged to trust you for shit. I trust Morgul more than I trust you.
And I just
you
hold
literally
I
just
just hold the
met
bag
me.
and give you puppy eyes.
And I openly admitted to piracy prior to this.
Yes,
And
accepting.
Draxus, you
Just one.
presented your relic quite openly in what I would say is the most inter-hostile town I have ever had the, I'm not going to say
Misfortune.
pleasure of visiting.
You are not
It was a
necessarily.
mistake.
You are not the person I would trust with it, given that, from what I know, you're still technically a teenager. You may be nearly 30 years old, but you're still a teenager. I don't trust you for shit.
Well, I understand that, but why would I flaunt a simple bag around? Of course I'll flaunt
Hand it over.
I can handle the bag. It's
I
not
will take
dangerous.
the bag and the gauntlet.
No, hand the gauntlets to Tralia.
Do
I
we
trust
have one
Tralia.
gauntlet or one for each of us?
One pair.
Just one pair. Okay. Okay, great.
I think we should
He
have a
said
trust
to start
exercise.
off with,
Okay.
you all have one pair.
Okay.
Yep.
I think we should have a group trust exercise and let Draxus have the bag. Because Draxus has no reason to show off or show people the bag.
Swallow your pride, child. This is not about simple whether or not we trust you. It's more about literally if this bag goes missing, shit goes south.
Wait, who has the bag currently?
Me.
Praxis.
Draxus, wouldn't it be better to give it to Morgul, who is less suspected by others, because he seems to be a little bit dumb. Sorry, no offense.
To be perfectly fair, though, me and Mick were the ones who got captured by creepy clown demon a little bit ago, so...
That
But
was
the
a
bag in
different
itself
type
is
of.
not a transporter, so...
fair enough.
Yeah,
I
that
think
was
more
a
of a-
different type of problem that you and Mick had.
Hmm.
The standard problems we're gonna run into, that I think we'll run into, probably not going to affect you as much.
Fair enough.
Because most things don't affect you.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're
Yeah,
not
the
wrong.
way
what
you
is it?
turned to stone the last battle, that was
I was
really
boss.
nothing affected you at all.
What are you all going to do?
Well, I guess
We're
we probably
going
have
to
to figure out
go
which
speak
direction we
to-
gotta go.
We're gonna go
No,
speak
first
to
of all,
Tens-
I need to know who has each. So, Tralia has gauntlets.
Moxie has the stone.
Okay, you have the homestone. Who has the bag?
Well, Draxus still technically has it. We've been talking about who the bag should be held by, and
Okay.
Morgul is kind of
Draxus
past.
has the bag. He's got the bag.
And
All right.
I roll it up and put it in a leather pouch in my tunic thingy.
All right. What are you all going to do?
Who
I'll
ask a
let-
townsperson which way reading is.
Yes.
So, as you all come out of Tommel Place, it's a brand new day. The sun is just barely starting to come up.
Very early
over the
drink.
horizon edge. What?
That's a very early drink.
Very early drink.
Nick's not complaining.
Archibald apparently doesn't give a fuck. So, as the sun is barely starting to come up over the tree line edge, you see people just starting to come out of their homes and start getting to work.
Well, I'm finding breakfast.
I'll take Moxie up on that one. I think
Yeah.
we should, the most important meal of the day.
I don't know
You
about that.
you see what seems to be a street vendor on the corner that is selling ears of corn on a small
Stick.
wooden spike.
Ooh, street corn.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Street corn.
Shall we?
No, that's a legit thing, okay? It's
I
actually
know,
really
I-
good.
Thing, and it's
I'm
fucking
sorry.
delicious.
I'm having an over-the-table moment. I'm sorry, but he was just like, street corn.
It is street corn 100%, and that shit's delightful. If you've never had it, try it.
So good.
I have never had street corn.
Oh, it's so good.
What kind of corn you guys
Do
getting
you
off the
all
street
go up
anyway?
to the
Hold up.
corn vendor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
As you all go up to the corn vendor, you see a young man in his teens, human, and he has a short haircut, and he has a little bit of peach fuzz starting to grow on his lip and chin as he's... Corn, anyone? Corn?
Corn?
Oh.
Corn, please.
Oh, you guys are the ones that helped save the city.
Might I say you got a
More
great
town,
mustache starting
isn't
there.
it? You helped save the village yesterday, huh?
Mhm.
Yeah, wasn't easy.
Yeah.
You know what? If my dad were to catch me doing this, he probably wouldn't be too happy. But you know what? It's on the house.
Well,
Alright,
thank
sure,
you.
or-
How much would it normally be?
Maybe 3 silver pieces, but hey, you all helped save us, so here it is. He
That's-
holds up 5 ears of corn on sticks.
Crunch.
Thank you very much.
Just this
You
loud.
all, as you gaze upon this ear of corn, it's roasted to perfection, buttered up ever so amazingly, with a
Generously.
hint of honey,
Ooh.
fresh honey glazed upon the top of it, and just a
Zane, I'm
hint,
hungry now.
a touch of salt dazzled upon the top.
Hungry for street corn?
Zane, I'm hungry.
I mean, when
you
I'm thinking
all-
street corn,
this ear of corn is delectable to the sight.
Well, no time like the present.
This is
Crunch.
amazing.
And I eat the entire, like, cob and everything.
As you all start to take bites of the cob and you're going through it, you are hit with salty and savory all in one illustrious ear of corn.
Justin,
Yes.
Morgal would like to make a sleight of hand check to leave a gold piece on the cart.
Go ahead, my friend.
Well, that's a shame of a waste of a nat 20. 23.
Oh, man. I too would like
You
to
see,
roll
okay,
to do
hang
that.
on, I know how to handle this. You see Morgal go. You see this? This
We
right
see it,
here.
Morgul.
This is not a gold piece,
Aha.
if you know what I'm saying.
Very well.
You can it's
Yeah,
call it silver. We're gonna
Yeah.
call that silver. That's a silver piece. It's your
gleaming
piece.
silver.
It's a piece of silver.
So
Good corn. I like
Yeah.
corn. That's what you did, Morgul. It wasn't exactly sleight of hand as much
Trying
as
to
it
be
was like
sneaky
you
with
scored so high that you really tried, but you just made that kid's day. You see him absolutely take up that gold piece and go, are you serious?
it. Yep.
He hands you 2 more ears of corn.
Oh, I'll take it for
Oh,
the
precious.
You're a big guy. You need to eat up.
road. You're not
That's
wrong.
I too would
Also,
like to roll a sleight
Madam
of hand
Fearbolt
check.
lady, you're rather large as well. I'm going to give you one.
Mhm.
Thank you.
I reach out and ruffle his hair. You're so sweet.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Or are you gonna be doing Draxus on that?
You see him
Um,
kind of. All right. No, don't let everybody see that, okay?
Lips are sealed.
15. Okay?
that's right.
That's a big number.
Wait
Especially
till you hit 20. That's a big one.
especially when Madeline checks me out over there. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
yeah, I know what you're
They
saying.
like roses.
I don't think those grow around here, but I will do my best.
Well, they like flowers. In general, they like pretty flowers.
I would like to roll a sleight of hand check to leave a piece of gold for the kid for his date with the girl to get her some flowers.
Aw.
Okay.
16.
You ever so slightly slip underneath
Mhm.
there. You just kind of put it on the side. It's not necessarily tucked away as much as it is just right kind of on the side near where he would look towards his corn roasting station to kind of eyeball it and be able to see it.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the corn.
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I
This will
thank you all for helping to save the town.
Absolutely.
Which way would be we're looking to be heading out soon. Which way is reading?
Why are you all wanting to go to reading? That's a boring place.
We like caves. We're looking for caves to explore.
Well, legend has it that there's one by reading. I mean, it's probably a good up north and then straight to the east.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Yeah, that'll work.
I would say it's a couple hours journey on foot.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. Oh, hey, make sure to maybe take that girl out, get her some flowers. Then I wink at him and I motion to the table.
As we all walk away.
Yes, as I then pull
You hear him.
behind me.
You hear him as you all are starting to walk away. You hear him go, "Oh boy!"
We just made a kid's month, I
Yeah.
think.
You hear Madeline. You see him running off.
To be young and shameless. Let's continue.
Oh, to be that young. To be that young and that naive.
Mm-hmm.
What do you all do?
I say we make a beeline to Library Town.
Right, so I
Yep.
munch on my corn while we go to Library Town.
Yes.
Of course, it's Library Town. So you all, as you start to head out of the town, you then hear the familiar, "Oh, wait a moment."
Hmm.
As you all
Really?
look around, you see Vorley.
Well, hi. What you
Or-
doing?
How's your roof, Lorley?
It's coming together.
I thought I patched it for you.
You did. There's a small leak.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's much better than the giant hole that you left.
I'm sorry for that as well.
It's okay.
oh yeah, Draxus, or not Draxus, Miknik and Morgul don't know about that.
Yeah.
I know that you have no reason to trust me, anymore, but I have another, I guess what you all would call a heroic deed that needs to be done if you can spare the time.
Did you summon another demon?
No, there's a farm not far from here, in the woods, a little past here, about a mile out. There's a farm that likes to, it supplies the corn. I saw you all talking to Bryn over there, and I figured that I might as well tell you that that farm has been plagued by what the farmer tells me and everyone here is some kind of monster. Something has been eating some of his livestock and destroying crops.
I don't suppose that farm is to the north by any chance, is it?
A little west off of that path, if that's where you're headed, but it is on the way.
Alright.
Think we can check it out?
It would be before you get to where are you headed again?
Reading.
Oh yeah, it's definitely before Reading. It's a little to the west.
Not
It's going
far.
to be past the first bit of the forest. So
Alright. Go to the
if
barnhouse
you're
before
wanting
Bush
to
Camp.
try and help there, please do. I know
think
you
we
have
can
no
handle
reason to
one
trust
later.
me anymore, but it'd be a help.
I think we can do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you
What-
have a great.
Have you all decided on what to call you all?
No, we're just a bunch of dumb worthless idiots.
We are a wandering group that just wants to make things better.
The Furious Five.
No,
I would
Yes.
come up with a name
we'll
for
figure.
you all that
I mean,
Would be
I seem
catchy.
to recall. No, that's a silly name.
Yeah, the name that we had before.
If you're talking
Hey,
about the one that I've heard you called by before, that was a dumb name. Don't do that one.
What did you guys go by before I started
Oh,
hanging out with you?
originally, because of what we had done with Iceberry, and the fact that you hadn't heard about it makes me think you really were a sheltered child. We were called the Voices of Reason.
We could do the Wayward Warriors.
Yeah, that's I'm with him. That's pretty lame.
Draxus,
What'd you say, Tralia?
So we
the
could be
Wandering
called the
Warriors.
the Wayward,
Wayward Warriors.
because we're always off the beaten path.
That's fair. I like it.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Could get used to that.
I like it.
I don't think we need a name, but it's just
We
me.
remain nameless.
I don't think we need a brand image because we are protagonists.
I like brand names, especially when it can sell merchandise.
Well, we're not here to sell you.
Food
we're
for
here to
thought.
sell
Food for thought.
merchandise.
Hey, who am I? I'm just a guy that summoned some kind of old demon. But
Yeah, we're
know.
gonna remain nameless.
For
you see
now,
Vorley
at
say,
least.
"Take care out there. It's a dangerous world."
Hi, Vorley. Oh, by the way, the book got confiscated. That's not getting used anymore.
Son of a bitch. You see him walk off.
You shouldn't have been using it like that, man.
No, let's
I
move
mildly
on.
bonked Draxus over the head. Come on, keep marching.
I mean, what'd you expect him to use it for?
Probably to try again.
Fair enough.
I mean, bringing back the dead is something that is extremely
Sickening.
Yeah, not a good practice.
So as you all head out on the path, and you are currently walking, you're passing through the forest that you were in again, and it's absolutely gorgeous. The sun is shining through the branches. You're making your way through there. You're alone
Is
right now,
our
if
friend
you
of the
want to
forest
discuss
anywhere nearby?
amongst yourselves. Make a perception check.
What has you so wound up about necromancy?
I mean, it's generally a bad thing.
I'm honestly not
Micknick,
even sure
which-
if Micknick heard Moxie ask that question. It was a 2 on die.
What are you trying to find? Are you trying to find the Cataplepus again? Oh, no, he's nowhere to be found.
Oh, okay.
Shame.
Worth a
Trolley,
shot.
Trolley, is the Cataplepus around?
Mm,
You can do a perception check if you want, dear. Or
well,
a
you just
sense
said he's
check.
not around here.
I mean, you can do
I
it again, but
am.
True. No, yeah, that's no, never mind.
I mean, you literally just said he's not around. So.
Rather than he doesn't appear to be around.
Yeah, I just thought that meant that Micknick did not perceive it versus it is not around.
no, it's nowhere.
Oh, I see. Okay, I was just
It's
wondering how that
nowhere in
worked.
sight.
Okay.
It's probably off with its family.
Taking care of those babies.
Yeah, good.
Yep, taking care of those wee ones.
Good
You all
on
feel
board.
free to talk amongst yourselves for a moment. I shall be right back.
Uh-oh.
This corn, am I right?
That is good corn, Morgul. That is very, very good corn.
God damn, now I really do want street corn. Fuck.
Right.
You all should
Right.
probably talk about how you're going to handle each of the things that you're going to do.
The cashew gallery is back and is
Hi,
coming up with
Cashew.
many names.
Look what I'm eating.
That is indeed a gallery of cashews.
Yes, it is.
Meanwhile, I'm just like, I've
What's
got
the cashew gallery saying?
chokers.
The lunar rover is called Utah or Jade Rabbit. He's going on because I mentioned I'd rather not call attention to the fact that we are the children of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something like that. It's based on Chinese folklore. He also mentioned Agents of Apollo. And he said sup after I called him out.
Apollo is no.
I would lean more towards Artemis because she's goddess of the moon if we're going that route.
The warriors of Artemis. Except none of us worship her. That would be the
Nah.
only. That's the only caveat that I think anything with a god's name in it.
Yeah.
Guys, if we're really heroes doing heroic deeds, we don't really need a name.
No,
Honestly,
and
I think
No.
it would make it easier for people to find us,
Here's
which
the
is
problem.
bad.
I'm just gonna let you know something here. If we don't name ourselves, somebody else is gonna name us, and it's gonna be ridiculous.
it's going to be ridiculous. It absolutely will. So if we come up with something that's cool, people will leave it alone.
Artemis Quest.
No.
Nah.
That was another cashew gallery recommendation.
I was gonna say, who does everybody worship here anyway? Y'all.
I worship the same thing as that crazy priest back there, but he's a fucking dick. So
He's a
So
fucking
you are a
dick.
follower of Perforos. Okay.
yes.
So, are you renouncing that faith or that man?
No, that guy's just an incredible tool. Like,
he was. That was mighty racist of him at the very least.
I mean, everything's racist against a thing that looks like a devil regardless, so I'm not entirely surprised.
yeah.
And against Dro. That also doesn't surprise me. Everybody hates Dro.
I hath returned.
And we have
Hello.
made no progress in talking about what
Hello,
you actually
God.
recommended us talk about.
Because we called somebody out in the cashew gallery.
Ah, hello, Cashew Gallery. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you all are having fun. Maybe the Cashew Gallery can come up with a group name or something like that. We'll take a poll on it, maybe.
They've been
There's
throwing a few names out.
recommendations. So much fun, by the way, is in response. I'm trying, he says.
So you know what's funny?
What?
What's my favorite snack during stream?
Cashews. Who said so much fun?
The person who came up with the name Cashew Gallery, Toll.
Oh. Cashew Gallery for the win.
But he also recommended the Children of the Moon, which I said I'd rather not call attention to that fact. The lunar rover is called Yuda or Jade Rabbit, maybe something like that. It's based on Chinese folklore. Agents of Apollo, Artemis Quest.
We'll take a poll on it from the Cashew Gallery or something. Maybe that's a fun little thing that we could do. That'd be cool. That'd be neat. Anywho, as you all are making your way through the woods, you start coming up upon, as soon as you pass the next thicket of trees, you run into a fence and you see slightly desolated cornfields and some cows and other livestock that are amongst it.
Well, this, if I had to
This
guess,
would be the place.
seems like the place.
Probably would have been a better thing to think of what could be tearing cows and whatnot apart on the way here, rather than talking about the possibility of the name.
There's a multitude of large creatures that could be ripping cows limbs from limb effortlessly.
There was one back in the forest over by
Yeah.
the town that I saw that
I think
might
we
be our
encountered a
culprit.
couple.
Oh yeah, but they eat those things whole. So
There's some
Not
kind of creature that
necessarily.
just enjoys
The
corned
one
beef.
that I saw was literally just picking at things. It was that big.
oh, that one. Yeah.
There was also that giant thing we managed to sneak past on the way there.
That's what you're talking
That's
about.
what I was talking about, was the thing we snuck past. Well, let's go talk to the farmer, see if we can find him or her somewhere. Let's go see if we can find them somewhere.
Honestly,
a
in a,
moment.
Crimson Gibbous.
Let's find that gender-neutral farmer wherever they're at.
Flames Foe.
in a world filled with giant bone dragons and magical stones and the Mikage, I am sure that there are a multitude of creatures, none of which scare me.
Until you meet them face to face, then they scare you.
We've already seen some pretty wild things, so I really the ceiling is the bar is so high to where I don't think anything else can raise it.
The god that I worship would scare
Are you saying that none of the things that I've thrown your all's way has been scary?
No, that's not the case.
He's saying the polar
Something
opposite
scary.
of that.
Oh, gotcha.
You're all suddenly
I was
turned
about
into
to say-
Warforged, and I'm throwing
I was
rust
about to
monsters
say,
at
I
you.
could do worse.
Is that beautiful
Nodraxis, there are
corn?
plenty of things in this
This is
world.
corn. Look at the corn. Look at the beautiful corn. I
Is
don't
the
have
corn-
corn
That we have to
miniatures.
try street corn when we go to visit this coming week.
I don't have corn terrain. Here's a cow.
Provided there's any street corn to be found.
Hey, bro.
We can
Yeah.
roast corn. Corn's not that hard to roast.
You mix corn and a cow. What do you get?
What, baby?
You mix corn and a cow. What do you get?
Corn cow.
Corn cow?
Corned beef.
God fucking damn it.
Yes.
Here's a couple of pigs. There you go. There's pig.
Put a chicken.
Here's the chicken.
The
And put a
corn
chicken.
born is another recommendation.
Corn.
I
that-
like
that-
We
corn
are
corn.
the cream of the crop.
You would like corn born.
Here you go.
As
Corn
I
born.
very
Fucking-
And then here
pointedly
is
say each consonant sound.
Fucking cornborn cream of the crop, TM.
Wait,
There
is this
is-
farmer
Perfect.
Wait,
Okay, can everybody see this?
like the
Still
dad
lurking?
fields?
Look at me.
I can see
Here's
it.
the farmer's house.
Okay.
Okay.
Livestock, corn, farmland, go.
I need
Okay,
to
the cows will be
fix
eating the
the
corn if they're in the
stage.
But
I
they're
go
dead.
ahead and hop the fence.
Hang on.
Feeling off the corpse here.
To make
There's a
a-
beautiful
Oh,
cows.
wait.
Cows are so sweet.
Tralia, can you calm one of the cows? I would like to ride.
Riding a cow is not very
Wow,
comfortable.
Yeah, and you would also need their permission. Let's get closer to one.
I get slowly closer to a cow, taking a deep breath and relaxing so I don't spook it.
Okay,
They're
so
very
Did you all jump the
Perhaps
fence?
we
Yeah,
I
should.
did.
Yeah, Justin, I want to roll to ride a cow.
Perhaps, Draxus, we should approach the farmer first.
Ask him to ride the cow. Mick, you're a genius. That's why we have you here.
I bonk him in the forehead and say
Morgul,
no to deal with the
Nick,
monster.
Did you all jump the fence as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think Morgul has to jump the fence.
Yeah.
I
He's-
just
Hang on, no,
step
hang on,
over it.
hang on. Is my mic even, like, actually
I mean, we can
audible
hear you.
properly for you guys?
Yeah.
we can hear
Okay. I try to look for a path or gate or some other preferred method of entrance.
you. Nonsense.
So
You
you're gonna
don't see
walk
one
around.
Especially
we
being
don't
a
need
halfling.
doors.
You follow the fence line around until you come to what appears to be a gate. Go through.
I mean, Mick, if it were a problem, I could have just carried you again, you know?
Yeah, I know. Just trying to do things a little more right. Let's find this farmer.
Alright.
As you all are starting to kind of go through the cornfield, you see a man that's sitting there, hoeing the ground, and he. Whew.
Excuse me.
Good day, sir.
Hello, how are you?
We're
Good.
we're good. We're actually here to see if we can help you.
Your son makes fantastic corn, by the way.
Poorly
Oh.
scented.
Thank you. What are you here for?
We
We're here
understand
to help
that
you with
your
your livestock and crop problem.
Poorly sent us your way.
Oh, Vorley. Okay.
did news travel that quickly?
I mean, I don't think that you all need to worry about it. It's nothing.
We've
I
seen
mean-
the kind of critters that live in the woods around here. I think it might be.
Not to
I don't
mention,
know.
if this is affecting your livelihood, I understand running a farm is not easy, and having to deal with rude nature on top of that certainly wouldn't help.
It's becoming a problem.
Can you tell us
Got it.
anything about what's happening? Like, any signs?
Well, why don't you come over and look? This
Very well.
happened last night. He takes you all to a part of the farm where you see 6 cows dead and completely emaciated, drained of blood.
Ah,
Well,
This certainly isn't just.
And you also see what appears to be a laceration in the stomach. And you can see blood spatters on the ground.
can I make some kind of check to see if it looks like the result of a particular animal attack? Maybe a nature check or.
I was gonna say, would
something
that be
like
a
Yeah,
nature
make
check?
a nature check. Yeah.
over the
Uh,
table, and real quick, the namesake of the Cashew Gallery has come up with another suggestion that I think is apt, if even maybe not preferable. The Meddling Fools, as a name that's encompassing everything that's happened so far.
That's
I mean-
very, very accurate. We're a bunch of meddling fools.
Justin, that's only a 12.
That was a
Um,
17 on a nature check.
The both of you kind of sit over there and talking amongst each other, Moxie and Morgul. You're like, this doesn't look like any kind of normal animal. Wolves don't leave that kind of laceration
Blade
marks on the
back.
neck, and they also
would-
don't
Just
slice.
drink the blood.
They also don't slice along the stomach cavity like that. This is something different.
Perhaps.
I would like to roll perception to check and see if the cow has all of its organs still inside.
Okay.
That's a disgusting business.
Definitely.
I have a joke I want to make, though I'm
Alright.
almost afraid it's metagaming if I'm right.
13.
Hush now, small chase one. What, Drax?
13.
As you look inside, as you peel up portion of the stomach fold, you can hear what is almost a mucous membrane that starts to rip apart from the laceration that was made. And as Draxus is kneeling down and looking into the cavity, he looks back. No
Wow.
organs.
I would like to.
No organs.
Completely
No
removed.
organs. Completely removed.
Concerning.
What if
Talia, what
nothing
was you saying?
No, I said I would like to walk up to it and touch the ground next to it and see if I can feel any vibration resonance or essence of any creature that was.
Okay. Roll a d20.
Yeah, I rolled an 18. I just wanted to see what like the size of the creature, like stuff like that.
Would that be more of a survival or perception thing for her then?
That's more of a perception check given her ailment
Mm-hmm.
that she has. So basically she's sensing the
I'm basically reading the earth.
the terra firma at this point. So as you all see Tralia go over as Moxie and Morgul are around these cows and debating between each other as to what it could have been, and you see Draxus is looking into the cavity of this thing. Tralia bends down and puts her hands, one on the cow and one on the land, and you get a vision that it's really dark outside, and you see this cow as it is standing up, and you see this large shadowy beast coming out of the sky and landing down on the cow. You can roughly gather that it is with wingspan approximately 8 feet tall. And then you don't see anything else. You come back to.
What'd you see or feel?
Something large, something that flies, something dark. That's all I could feel.
I did roll an Arcana check.
Okay.
It was a 16, and that's a +5 my Arcana check.
You don't necessarily detect any kind of arcane magics that are being utilized. However, you can detect that there might be some kind of sanguine, not a spell, but maybe some kind of innate capabilities that this thing has.
So it's to use the term in a blanket sense, it's a vampiric tendency of this creature.
From what you can glean, that's about all that you can really muster. I've seen it, glimpses of it.
Any description?
I've only really heard it and seen it for a brief moment. I was out one night, sitting there with my son, and we looked out. Right out of the sky, there's this flash of light, almost. I saw this winged thing come right out of the sky where the flash was. And it came down right on one of my cows. And I heard the cow writhing in pain for 1 second. I didn't hear another sound. I rushed over into the field, told my boy to get some of the swords. It was gone. In a flash.
Did it make any kind of sound?
Oh yeah.
What did it sound like?
Like the most horrible screeching noise that you could imagine. Pierced your ears. I almost thought I ruptured my eardrum hearing it.
Looks like we're going to be waiting around until nightfall to see if this thing comes back again.
Starting to seem like a common theme for us.
Can you all tell anything from this? And
Well,
if you're
ain't no
waiting for
normal-
night, it comes at night most of the times, but it's also come during the day.
I mean, we'll hang around here all day. I don't mind hanging around here all day and into the night. Just, it seems most frequent that it comes around at night, which means...
So what should I do? What should we do? How can we... You all took down that thing.
Oh,
in a
in
non-violent
town.
way.
What?
Yeah, that was a
I've heard
non-violent
other
thing.
tales. I've heard that you all have destroyed cities. I've heard that you all have taken down monstrous creatures of enormous size in Ravnica.
Sir,
I've heard tales that you all were able to summon gods. I've
Sir,
also
can-
heard tales that you all were able to take down creatures that came out of the town of Blindcairn and turned into these monstrous things, and you all annihilated them.
Some
Surely
of those are
you
true.
can handle something like this.
We can, but
I'm
we have
sure
a
we
process.
can.
definitely ain't no normal creature, I can tell you that. for sure.
Yes.
I'm going to give you a piece of advice, sir. All of those tales are based in truth, but we, as much as we would like to be able to say we have not summoned gods. Do not believe everything you hear.
Regardless, I think we can help you. We just need to figure out what this beast is before we can actually...
Well, what makes marks like this?
Things that subsist on blood.
Some kind of night creature.
Well, let me ask you this, ma'am. You're talking about some kind of vampire?
Something
Mr.
that survives drinking blood.
Mister, let me ask you. He opens up one of the cows. What kind of vampire takes every single organ out of a creature?
That's a very
That's
good
what we're
point.
still
That's
thinking
the
out.
mystery.
This is definitely a strange one. There's no doubt about that. But we're going to stick around.
See what we can find.
Yeah.
It's a vampire that likes liver.
Whatever
Mr.
it is,
Farmer,
quick.
I don't quite have your name.
You know, that's
Garrett.
true. Never did it.
Garrett. I'm Gary.
Yeah. Which cow is that you currently have is your most prized and fertile?
That right there would be Missy.
I'd like to walk over to Missy and just start soothing her.
He brings you over to Missy. It's the largest cow.
Okay.
And you
That
can
is a
also see
lot.
that she is very
That's a-
full of milk.
That's a
A
very
very fertile cow as well to the touch of Trollia. You can tell it's a very fertile, very healthy cow.
Well, Missy, I'll be with you all night.
She sowed approximately, as he tells you, about 10 calves
Jesus.
in her
Lord.
in her lifetime.
Her
She's
first-
given birth to quite a few of some of the best cows that I've ever had. But I try to keep eyes on her ever since this has started happening. Because if I lose Missy, I don't know what I'd do.
We won't let that happen.
Do anything.
Keep Missy nice and safe.
I appreciate it. Mind if I offer y'all a drink?
That would be
Sure.
wonderful.
Sure.
All right.
It's only about what, 12? We could probably have another go.
It's getting close to 1 right now, and
I was joking, but I'm glad I was pretty accurate.
you're pretty accurate, spot on. But he goes into the house and he grabs a couple of drinks and some tankards, and he brings them out and starts divvying them to each of you. These drinks right here, now they got some of my secret sauce in them.
Mm.
Ah,
What's your secret sauce?
good old moonshine you're talking
That
about.
right there is some good old corn moonshine.
And then I
Now-
grab it quick.
now
I
we're
grab it
talking.
quickly and drink it.
You
Are
can
you
tell
gonna
as
be
soon as
feeling
it
that?
hits your lips that it is what appears to be some kind of sweet tea
Ooh,
Oh,
that
nice.
has a good corn whiskey
this is mighty
moonshine
nice.
and
That
to
goes
it.
down smooth.
spiked with a little bit. He doesn't put too much in there to get you fucked up, but he puts in just enough to make it hit, and then also leave a nice taste in the mouth.
I drink
had it.
mine extremely quickly and just look at him with wide, surprised eyes. This is danger juice.
Do you
Yeah,
That
have
it
any
is.
water?
Morgal just tanks that shit.
I don't
Do I have any water?
suppose.
Hey, Moxie just
Of course I do,
quietly
yeah.
sips it and enjoys
He hands
it.
you a thing of water.
I just hold it to Missy.
Sir, I don't suppose
Missy
I
sits there
could
and
buy some more of that off of you. The road?
This brings back.
let me
good
ask
memories.
y'all. You believe in the unnatural?
Oh, definitely.
Absolutely.
Yup.
I just
We didn't
kind of
before, we
look
sure
at
do now.
Moxie.
I think whatever this thing is unnatural. I think it comes from someplace.
Is there anyone that has it out for you or your farm?
I don't know. I don't know why it's come.
Does it always leave the carcass?
Every time.
Not the organs.
Every time it's the same thing.
No blood, no organs.
No blood, no organs.
Moxie, are you aware of any demon-like creatures that do things like this?
Plenty of things that probably can, whether or not it's the thing that keeps it alive is different. And nothing comes to mind. At least nothing you'd find out here. Maybe
Given
something
the-
you'd find in someone's lab back in my hometown, but not here.
Given the situation, I suppose we could try to do something to turn lemons into lemonade, at least, though. Could probably at least do something with the hides of them cows.
I can do that. What do y'all need?
The meat still is on the bones, too.
I mean, true, yeah. I was more so saying that if nothing else, you could probably do something with what remains, at least. It didn't completely...
Well, if y'all are going to help me, I'd like to do something for you. Would you like some armor made from some leather armor or something?
I'd like a hat. I would like a hat.
I'm now just imagining cowboy sorcerer.
I mean, I do need something that's going to hide my horns, at least. So for me, a hat would probably be useful.
I would.
I'm not exactly favored among most normal people.
I just want a cow-patterned hat. That is all.
All right, let me do this. Your name, Miss B, Miss Willoughby,
Yes, Charlie, it will be.
and Mr. Tide, Opal Tide, right?
Yeah, Opal Tide's last name.
If y'all could help me drag the cows up front, I could start working on some new get-ups.
Should
for
be
each of
easy.
y'all.
Don't be afraid to make my hat a little stylish.
I don't know.
I think it's going to be up to
sir.
you to style that.
I don't know, sir, if I'm one for style, but I'll do what I can.
I would like to ask, could I buy a bit of that moonshine for the road?
You bet your damn ass you can.
That would be wonderful.
Sounds like
He
He
takes you.
loves
He
his
takes you
alcohol.
out to the front left of the farm, and you see two stills, two moonshine stills, plumb full
Over the table.
of fermenting moonshine.
Over the table. Is there a stone in my bag that is currently vibrating?
Oh yeah, your piece of Chardonnay is vibrating immensely.
It's like,
It is calling to you right now. It is calling to you.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to pack a good chunk of that in my bag. And I just pull out a gold piece and hand it to the farmer. However much that'll buy.
Well, hang on. That right there, that's a fair amount of moonshine. You sure you want that much?
This one will put it away and still be fine.
If he doesn't, I
promise
will.
you. He's got
Okay.
3 times the normal alcohol tolerance I think of anyone I've ever seen his size.
All right. Well, Mr. Morgall, I'll be sure to get you some as well.
Sounds like a plan.
He tells Micknick, he pats Micknick on the shoulder. He says, if you don't mind helping me with the still. You ever worked a still before?
I wish I could say I had.
Let me teach you.
All right.
He takes you over and starts showing you the ropes as you all, Morgall and Trollia, start laying down the cows for him to start doing. Hours pass of you all just shooting the shit with this guy as he is making your new armors and different accoutrements. And Micknick is sitting there swigging on things of moonshine and talking to his rock, and everybody's having a grand old time as dusk starts to set. By the way, each and every single one of you have new leather armors that give you +1 to your armor class at the moment.
Right. My AC.
Leave Misty, though.
Fantastic.
So if I'm over here, she's with me.
Okay.
Missy has been following Trollia.
Okay.
Morgall feels a little
Pretty
guilty because
consistent.
his intent with this was just essentially to give him a, like I was mentioned, kind of the the turn lemons to lemonade situation. He was like, at least you can profit somewhat from this, was what he was
Well,
trying
he
to
took it as a way to try to repay you all for your help.
do. Yeah, which granted, he
Draxus,
takes.
you have also been awarded with almost a Stetson style cowboy hat.
Yes.
Yeah, I was
You've been
imagining
awarded
you were
with
about to
a-
make Draxus Doug Dimmadome for a second there.
a Stetson style cowboy hat, curved out on the sides and just a little dip in the front. Moxie, you have a cowl. So it is almost a hood that comes down and comes up. It's one solid piece that you can take on and off.
A cowl.
And
Ah.
for Trollia,
It's also very
He also-
traumatic looking.
he also fashioned a whip out of leather for you, and he was like, I know that you're one of them people that likes to speak to animals. Maybe this will help you one day. I don't know.
Well, thank you kindly.
Micknick, he fashioned a leather tankard for you.
Fantastic.
And
My
for
man.
Morgall, he actually fashioned Mr. Morgall, from what you were telling me about some of your pastime hobbies that you like to have. I fashioned this for you. And it's an easel that is completely fashioned out of leather. And it
Morgall
has-
looks like he's about to cry.
It has It has divots for each type of paint and everything for you.
This is fantastic. Thank you. This is very nice.
You all see the young man that was hucking corn start pushing his cart back. It's getting dusk, it's getting nighttime as he starts pushing it back, and he Whew. There's my son. As he looks over to you all, what are all you guys doing here?
Here to help
Sure.
your dad with his critter problem.
Well,
You
I'll
have
be.
that date?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We got it planned for tomorrow.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Well, it couldn't have been done without you guys.
I don't know about that, but
He's got a big smile on his face as he pushes the corn cart over behind the farm, and he says, Pa, can I go take a shower and start fixing dinner? Yes, son. Yeah, you can.
He's a good cat.
As he
He's
starts
all excited. He's also all excited he got a date tomorrow.
going inside, well, if y'all don't mind, I'm going to go inside and spend a little time with my son.
absolutely.
If y'all could keep an eye out here for me.
We
I'd
definitely
appreciate it.
will.
As he goes inside, you all have each of your new armors and different accessories that he's made for you, and you're just kind of reflecting on the very nice day that you had.
Well,
You all are alone right now, so if any plan needs to be made, if anything needs to happen, do it now.
so, with everything going on, I guess we should probably stay pretty close to the livestock.
I'm
I
gonna stay
think
over by the
Trollia
fence.
is already there.
I mean,
Because I
true.
just pet Missy.
I think
Well,
she's
Charlie
got
is
Missy on
petting Missy.
lockdown.
But a lot of the other livestock is kind of moseying
Roaming
around.
around.
This is a fairly small, but it's a rather large plot of land. You all are more so near the house right now. If I can put you over there.
It
So,
would be best for us to stick at least somewhat close together.
Yeah, don't think any of us wants to end up fighting the thing that can suck out your organs on our own, so.
Indeed.
I would like to ride one of the cows and patrol the area. What can I roll for that?
Roll a d20.
How's he doing? Just
Plus
handle?
your
Animal handling
dexterity.
or dex?
While he's doing that, I'd like to calm down Missy,
Alright.
not to where she lays on the ground.
11. So 11 plus 3 dexterity is 14.
Okay. First off, Trollia, as you're petting Missy and telling her to calm down, you see that she starts getting a little riled up as she is starting to kind of claw at or hoof at the ground a little bit.
Missy's the monster.
And
That's
as
fine.
Draxus starts to get on top of one of the cows, it bucks up and throws you off as it runs off into
Even
the
on a
cornfield.
15?
Yep.
Oh, do you need a
Cows
really
are
high? Do
not
you need a really
easy.
high roll to do stuff like that?
Sometimes
You all hear an
animals just-
ear-piercing.
More so than
High
things.
alert! High alert!
Then I get up and dust myself off.
I'm gonna look around for wherever the
I
hell
look to the
that sound
sky immediately. Just
I am looking around
you're-
with a 14 perception check.
As Moxie is looking up and Trolley is sitting there kind of calming down the cows, Draxus is getting off, dusting himself off, and Morgul is just kind of looking
came.
around.
18 on mine, by the way.
Okay. Mick and Morgul are looking around, and you notice amongst the tree lines, you see something shadowy leaping from tree to tree.
Righty.
That looks like looks threatening.
Yeah, that doesn't look good. I'm gonna draw my bow.
I pull my crossbow.
sword ready.
Moxie,
So,
Trollia, Draxus, y'all see that?
yep.
I would like to cast.
You see two cows in the corn line fall with a
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Yep. Stow the bow, draw the blades. If it's in the fucking cornfield, I think that's probably the better option here.
Everybody roll a d20 for me.
I
I
would
cast.
like to stand back with Missy, by the way.
That was
Okay.
a 9. So total of 12.
So who all is moving toward the sounds?
I am.
Okay, Morgul, Moxie.
I am.
I have a question on how a
keeping
particular
behind
spell works.
the rest of the party. I'm running.
because
Okay.
that will dictate whether I move with them or not.
Yes, Drax.
If you use levitate on something, does that restrain it in the air? Or if it's something that flies, can it fly away after it if I try to use levitate?
I think it
not
would
sure
be like
about
a save the creature
I'm
makes against
actually
it.
not sure.
Hold up. That's a good fucking
I mean,
question.
That's
it
a
sounds
very
like
good question.
a form of magic grapple that the creature would
I
have to fight.
don't think that it would have any effect on a
Rises
creature that had
vertically
wings.
and remains suspended there for the duration.
So it's a
It
grapple.
remains
suspended.
So it is
That
a
counts
grapple.
as a grapple.
An unwilling
With
creature
no
that
reason.
succeeds on a Constitution saving throw is unaffected. The
Makes
target
sense.
can only move by pushing or pulling against a fixed object or surface within reach, which allows it to move as if it were climbing. You can change the target's altitude by 20 feet in either direction on your turn. If you are the target, you can move up and down as part of your move.
Is that including creatures that are winged?
Yep.
Yeah, so basically if
Interesting.
we did that,
Okay.
Yeah. So it has to reach something. It has to like pull itself down if that's the case.
Okay.
I would like to cast levitate on the creature.
That's if you can see it though.
Roll a
That is
perception
the
check then.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something I did not know about levitate.
All
I
right.
didn't know about that either. I
What's
never
Would it
thought
funny
about
be
that.
in
is
his line of sight?
Toll posted the exact description Chase was reading as he was getting around about, which allows it to move as if it were climbing.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
So I rolled a 15. Any modifiers on that?
No. As Draxus, you see him build up a ball of light in his hands. It goes through the cornfields as it starts pushing some of the corn aside, and you all just see it hit nothing as it goes off into the distance, and you see cows just laying there.
Ugh. Not good.
As you all start to come up upon the cows, there's nothing there, but the cows are
Trolley, can you sense anything?
completely emaciated. There's no blood within them. However, upon further inspection, there's no laceration marks, so it doesn't appear as if any organs are taken yet.
To answer Mick, I'm still back where we originally started with Missy.
Yeah, she ain't
I
leaving.
cast light on the tallest, most rigid object near me.
Okay.
Whatever that may be, if it's a fence post or...
It would be a fence post. So as you see a ball, a stream of light start coming from Micknick's hands as it starts illuminating this fence post.
And perception check to see what I can see, because if the lacerations haven't been done, it might be coming back.
Yeah, I don't think it's done. with
I'm
the
blinded by the light! That was a grand total of 4.
You do not see anything except for a large shadow go
Whatever this
Don't
thing
see
is.
that?
right past the fence post.
Right, well, can I try to target it with guiding bolt?
You can try, yeah.
As it comes
Sure.
back or something. All right, then that's
Have it ready.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Aids at the draw. As soon as I see this thing, Hunter's marking it.
Tralia, while you're over at Missy, you hear Missy go as you see blood from the top of her back start to come
No,
down.
No.
Oh,
She's only been merely wounded. It's that whatever hit it is completely gone right now.
No.
Missy, no.
What is it, Tralia? Can you sense
Stay
anything?
together.
14 perception. Well, no, not 14. I'm sorry. That is entirely inaccurate. That was 14 on dice perception.
Moxie can see from where Missy is. You see this shadow, this fast-moving shadow, go back into the tree line.
Does Micknick get to see it at all?
But it's not too fast.
It's too fast for Micknick to get an eyeball on it right now. You hear it making this noise, almost like.
I would like to cast Mold Earth.
On.
I would like to make a dome structure that goes around the body of Missy, only to where her head can breathe.
Okay, go ahead.
She's protecting this damn cow.
Do I add anything to it? Or just
Nope. You all see over where Missy is that Tralia, this giant dome of earth goes right around Missy, and you just see the head of this cow through this giant.
Adorable.
I just stand near the
Aw,
head.
baby.
Just have my hand on her head. It's okay, Missy. I'm here.
Let me see real quick. Hang on. Moxie, roll a d20 for me.
Getting there. That's a 14 on dice. That's not too shabby, but what do I add to that?
Nothing. It was for a check that I had to make. Moxie, you feel 3 talons go into the side of you as you all see Moxie being flown up into the air.
Oh.
As Moxie, you come face to face with this creature. You see almost this lizard-like with small tufts of fur on the side of its face and large glowing red eyes.
If it
and
dealt
This
these
is
damage,
large-
Jersey Devil.
if it dealt
elongated-
damage to
no.
Moxie, then isn't it gonna trigger Hellish Rebuke?
That's only in combat, I think.
Well, I mean, this
No,
is
it's
this doesn't
damage,
attack.
Is it
isn't
just
technically.
anything?
And then it puts its claws into the other side of you as it sits there and looks at you for a moment.
That's damage.
Roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh shit.
Oh, fuck. Dice, you better be...
Wisdom saves. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. How bad is it?
Am I re-rolling
No.
the character? No?
It depends. It really depends on how these
Is
next
it
few
a
turns.
1? It's
That's
a
a nat
1.
one.
You're gonna be fine. I know what I'll do.
Moxie, you see the elongated snout of this thing, rigid with razor sharp teeth, as its mouth starts to open, and you see 2 enlarged fangs and 2 enlarged canines coming down, and then from the bottom 2 enlarged canines, but slightly smaller, as the rest of the teeth are razor sharp and much smaller than those 4 canines. You see 2 elongated nostrils and frills going down the back of this thing as its wings furl up in the air toward the moonlight, as you all see the silhouette of this thing holding Moxie in the air as it bites into your neck. Let me... You take 14 damage as it starts to suck the blood. You start feeling the blood coming out of your body. Everyone roll initiative, please.
Initiative.
We'll make sure Moxie gets to
God
do
fucking
Hellish
damn it.
Rebuke if she so
6.
chooses to do so.
That's a 6.
Oh, I'm well aware of everyone's
Yep.
stuff.
Okay,
That's
roll.
a that's an 18 total. I'm not happy. There's where that good roll is.
I rolled a 16.
So we both roll. Why do we keep rolling the same thing?
I had 15 on dice. What did you have, Morgul?
Morgul and
Oh, no.
Draxus.
Oh,
Yeah.
Figure out your all's turn order, however that you please.
What's your dex mod?
I have Featherfall, so if something needs to happen next turn, I should probably go.
What's
first.
your all's
Yeah,
dex
probably.
mods?
But
Each of your dex mods.
4.
3.
three.
Just Morgul and
It's the same for
Draxus.
both of us. It's 3.
3.
Okay.
I'll
Each of
cede
you roll a
that.
d20.
I was gonna say I'll cede to him going first on there, though. I have no problem with that. 'Cause I'll
Okay.
So
Trolia, what'd you roll?
10.
So is there a
Mick, what'd you
reason
roll?
for
13.
initiative
sorry.
6?
Okay.
Is there
Cool,
a
cool, cool.
reason why Hellish Rebuke hasn't kicked in for Foxy?
Yes, there is.
it's establishing order for combat.
Ah, I
First.
see.
At least I'm pretty sure. I could be talking out my ass. You never know. But no, he knows Hellish Rebuke is a thing. I promise you, it's one of the most fun things I can do as a tiefling.
that-
I love it.
when that natural
As
hot
you
take
all
hits.
look upon, you see this silhouette in the moon of this creature. You then see this ball of fire start forming from Moxie's chest as it,
Oh, that's not good.
and Moxie goes right back into the cornfield, almost in a crater,
Mm.
as Hellish Rebuke has sent her back onto the battlefield. Oof!
Oh no.
And
Taking
Oh.
5 damage in the process.
Okay.
I dealt
Upon
13
impact.
damage to it.
You all see this thing go as it swoops down onto the battlefield.
I'm still going to do my original plan.
It looks
oh,
like
that's
Ridley.
a pleasant-looking creature.
The Jersey
Yeah, it
Devil.
does.
Of casting Guiding Bolt as my very first action against this creature.
Isn't that a cool mini? Look at that.
It looks like Ridley.
It does.
No.
A little
I
bit.
actually, hang on.
Because you probably have the amiibo with you.
Okay, I said it looks like
I mean,
Ridley.
it does
Ridley.
look like.
Oh, that is badass.
I do love that
I got
amiibo.
Ridley.
It's great.
It
Y'all
looks
are
like
get-
Sauron.
Y'all are fighting Ridley.
Hell no.
Could we just use the Ridley? I like that one a lot. It's super dope.
No, because this thing is not near as big as Ridley.
Well,
And then
Can everybody
and-
see that on the battlefield?
yes,
Can everybody
Yeah.
see?
and then the DM would be tempted to change the stats to match him.
Yeah, please
no, just the
So,
figure because it looks cool.
Remember
No.
not to open your mouth.
Hey, look, I take anything into consideration.
That's right.
So, this creature looks at you all as it hits into the cornfield, and you see dirt furl up from the ground as it starts standing up at a with wingspan 8'5", as it's looking at each and every single one of you with its red and yellow eyes. All that you can see are these bright yellow eyes with these red pupils that are darting around, looking at each and every single one of you as it looks toward the prey item that it was seeking just a moment ago. Moxie laying prone on the ground right now.
I just blasted it.
It lunges over at Miknik. Miknik, roll a d20 for me, please.
Don't you
Dexterity saving
dare
throw.
screw me up this time.
Now that it's on ground.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. So that is 23 total.
Nice.
It was not a
As
nat 20.
this
Nat 19. I
large
guess.
creature is swooping through this cornfield, absolutely mowing down with the tips of its wings the corn husks, cutting them in half with the blades of its wings.
I suppose I got a guiding
Micknick,
bolt
as
out
he's
at the
about to
same
get
time.
hit, you see him take out his crossbow, and he puts it on the ground, and he fires a crossbow bolt into the ground as he casts a spell from his hand, launching him into the air, completely dodging this thing as it then heads towards the mound where Missy is.
Oh,
And you see it hit and clip the edge of the mound as the top of the mound starts to crumble where Missy is as it falls prone. You all can talk amongst yourselves for the moment. I'll be right back. Plan and plot what you're going to do.
I'm
is
glad.
Moxie
I'm gonna roast this
appearing
bitch.
to be in critical state?
This is painful.
Well, you only took,
Wow.
what, 15 damage from that? That's not gonna...
Over table? No metaing here.
Mhm.
No, I took 19 damage.
Yeah,
What's your
19.
max HP now that we leveled up?
I'm at half now.
Yeah,
I would
so
heal
he's
you, but I
bloody.
have no healing powers.
Like, even
I
not
have
metaing,
healing
we know you're
powers.
bloody.
I'm just trying to
You
determine
are the
priority.
healer. I will simply heal myself when I need to.
That's also the case, yeah. So
I
that's
can heal
why
my damn self.
that's why I asked the question in the way I did. Are you appearing critical?
I'll live.
You're bloodied, essentially. So.
Yeah.
That was gross.
Yeah.
So
Ugh.
now Micknick
I don't know where
is
its fangs
turning
have been.
his
That was disgusting.
attention back towards the battlefield, so to speak. Although, also not really so to speak, because we are in a field and we are battling.
I'm just gonna use Levitate to grapple it.
You do that. Hopefully it
I mean,
works.
that sounds like a plan.
I'm going to do
Well-
Guiding Bolt my next turn.
Well, it's prone, so...
I think you guys know
Ask
exactly. what
Justin
I'm
about
gonna do.
something.
Yes.
I don't know if Hellish Rebuke. Let's see. I do have a question about Hellish Rebuke.
Okay.
What is it?
Whether or not its level goes up with mine, since mine is not a spell I learned, it is an innate
I
thing.
would say
Ooh,
probably
that's a good question.
not, though. Give me a moment.
Justin, we have a question.
I'm sure he heard it.
No, I didn't. What's up?
Oh,
So
Hellish Rebuke. Do I
level.
choose what level I cast it at, or does it cast at my level? Because
I
it's
think
an
you have to
automatic thing.
choose.
Okay.
Because that is the
If I'm
thing.
not
Because
mistaken.
it's one of those things where it's like at higher levels when you cast the spell or using a spell slot of second level or higher, the damage
Exactly.
increases
Yeah,
by 1d10
that's fair.
for each
Yeah.
each
Mhm.
slot above first. So that's
Mhm.
kind of
Okay.
Yeah.
So is she leveling it at all, or?
I
That
already
is-
rolled the damage. It's already done.
I
I'm
know.
not going to pull that card.
No, I didn't expect you to.
No, but I will eventually use it as.
And that way you know that, so you can just expend a spell slot to do that at a later point if you so wish.
Yeah. I am
So.
now able to learn third level spells. I've had Fireball for several levels now that I really wasn't supposed to have, but I'm quite excited because now it's like, yay, I can learn more third level spells.
By the way, for nothing
Okay,
other
next
than
up on the
Oh,
round it
never
is
mind.
Draxus.
Alright, I would like to cast Levitate at it since it is prone on the ground.
Go right ahead. Also take because you all are in a cornfield, so you can't necessarily see
I
exactly
have
the
not
best.
gotten to cast Guiding Bolt on it.
Take 2 off your roll.
Oh, shit. How high is the corn?
Don't.
Good lord, how tall are normal corn stalks? That's
don't
the
know.
question.
About
8
6
feet?
feet.
7 to 8 feet, yeah.
Yeah, so I would hang on. I can actually check. 7.5 feet.
So I just barely poke over them then.
Yeah, you just barely are poking over them. Even Troya,
Okay.
you're a little shorter than some of the corn stalks.
So for my movement, I would actually like to get up on Morgul's shoulders.
All right. We're doing the
Okay.
backpack strategy.
Now I have sightline with the creature, so I'd like to cast levitate. Roll a d20, I'm assuming.
Yep.
12.
You all
And then-
see Draxus form this ball of light energy in his hands as he throws it through the cornfield, and you see this creature completely disappear out of sight.
Oh,
You
damn.
dickhead!
As it
Not
hits it.
you.
You see it hit the physical form of it, but it evaporates.
Oh, that's
Oh, fuck.
not
That's-
good.
And then all of a sudden, you all hear a as
shit.
this creature comes crashing back down into the ground, and on top of the creature, you see a fist come right out of its face. As you see Kai Caden
Oh.
standing over top of this thing,
No fucking way.
looking down at it, as he takes his bow staff
No
off of his
way!
back.
Hi. Okay, so it is going to recover properly. Good. Things aren't quite perfect on the stream, but I am recovering. Welcome back. So no, because this already happened. He's back now. Chase was asking, how would you handle bringing Toll back? Which has now happened. Now, he hasn't said he's killing her. Oof. Her dad, elderly dad, is upstairs. Yeah, go, honey. I will explain. Go.
Oh boy. Oh. Now things are screwed up. Toll is the DM now, guys. Sarah is now Micknick. I am now Moxie. Draxus is still the same. Moxie is now Kai. That's right. Alright, well, while Justin gets his character back, I'm going to be right back and put us in BRB. Oh, wait, it's back. Never mind. I won't. No, and now it's not back.
Hmm. Hopefully. The creature. I think one of them's friendly. Right. Well, have I witnessed to any degree what has been happening to my crew? Yeah. Okay. So, witnessing what's going on, I decide against guiding bolt. Which means I don't even immediately need I am going to try necrotic damage against it with inflict wounds. I have no idea if that's going to result better than my teammates' efforts, but I haven't seen necrotic damage be used by anyone yet, so let's give it a go. So that is an instantaneous melee spell attack. Do I need to... 9 total damage. Seems susceptible to necrotic damage. Well, it also means that necrotic damage is not causing it to damage the user in return. Oh, never mind then. Does it recover? Yes! And It's a minute, right? That's a few rounds, isn't it? Yeah. 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 This is gonna be a bloodbath. Again. Oh, hush. Morgul let loose. Is it de-winged? Is it de-winged? Damn. Ideally. Still respectable. Well, that's not great. Okay, you should be able to. It's 5. 5. It is remotely bleeding us. Well, they are farmers. Micnic's comic was more out of respect for their commitment. Yes. 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 Yes, I can. Let's go! Emergency halfling deployment! Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Um, just for shiggles, can I do a cantrip while I'm being carried? Thaumaturgy. Yeah, I'm gonna make my voice boom up to 3 times loud. Wee woo, wee woo, wee. Once I'm there, what is it, Toll? Okay, well, once I'm there, I'm casting Cure Wounds at 2nd level onto the sun. I'm really glad I did 2nd level now. Rolling the wrong die. Well, so our characters certainly believe we have, but we've been doing will saves. So, or wisdom saves rather. So, yeah. We believe we've taken damage, which is why I'm doing Cure Wounds. We definitely believe we've been taking damage. So, in this mindset, because we're not metagaming, the sun heals 15 points. Now, I do have... Now, I do have to wonder if I have another will save to make for the healing. Okay. Unnatural 20. 19 plus 1. I didn't enlarge that at all. Probably also, I wouldn't say poison, but definitely impact the corn crops. Yeah. By the way, the wisdom save was a 19 plus 1 when I was doing healing. No. Yes. We are rewarding you. We are rewarding you, by the way. We're rewarding you, yeah. We're rewarding you and your... Yeah. That's your new nickname. Hi, mobilize. Mobilize. What is Draxus? What is Draxus's wisdom score? Draxus wisdom score. You would know better than to cast anything fire in a field. Are you intending to cast at a higher level, knowing that it's going to take a spell slot? Just keeping that in mind. I think that's total. Going full cowboy, I love it. All right. So, combat done? Did Miknik realize anything at the healing? Anything off about the healing process? So he would want to share that with the party. Hey guys, how y'all feeling? It does seem like we were all tricked. Interesting. So we did actually kill it. Moxie. Hang on. I just want to run something by Moxie real quick. If you are interested, maybe you want to save some of the saliva. No, I did that save. So yeah, it was. Because that's the trick that this monster played. Yeah, it is. Are you angry at this monster now? Are you... Yep. Or at least from this one, if there's more, which I hope there isn't. Wonder if it's on Monstrium. Anyways. So... Does anyone need healing? And over the table, did I actually use a healing spell on the sun? Okay. Okay. Kai, Draxus, how you guys doing? Yeah, I already knew that Kai hadn't taken any damage over the table. I believe the better term is glumped. But yeah, over the table, Miknik already knew. No, over the table, I already knew that Kai hadn't taken any damage. Miknik did not and wanted to assess the party in game. So that was a hell of a thing. Oh, yeah. I don't want to visit any, circuses or fairs or anything anytime soon. Yeah, well, I was going to say that, but also wait for the DM to return. Because we can't really interact with NPCs while the DM isn't here. That doesn't really work. And he's coming back. We were concerned about the NPCs and wanted to address their needs. Well, first, make sure they're okay. Yeah. Kai. I want to assess the father and son, the farmer and son. And I turn to Moxie. If you would like to try to explain, especially to the farmer and his son, what exactly we've just gone through. Or even breathes. It projects a false truth to everyone that is near it. And that false truth was the battle we were all just in. The battle we were in, it was made up. And while it made up this epic battle, it was doing the damage that's outside. The false truth, as it were, it enveloped everyone's senses, and when Trollia was tending to Missy, Missy was actually on the other side of the farm. She had no idea. I know you guys are honest businessmen, so if I could offer another gold for perhaps some more moonshine, maybe it can help you guys with getting some more livestock. I'm just packing it away. Yes. It obviously won't Yeah. It's very... Yeah, you are. Yep. That was a hell of a thing. I am going to enjoy some moonshine and whiskey. I am not going to get wasted. We've got a trip in the morning. No, I just, over the table, we are effectively alone. Okay, alright. I also got this for Lorator. Not at the moment, I was just mentioning his name in confirmed privacy. Yeah. What haven't we? We had to relive our time in the prison. You were. It I seem to Oh yes, we did everything we could. At which point we let him lead us out of the prison and then we booked it. Yeah. because he started, well, you could say the vision had an issue with him getting into his transport. We tried to get the kitsune. Yes. Wait, did you meet him? I see. He has apparently been watching the lot of us and approached us as well after we took care of Mr. Creepy. It was to see if we were going to change anything about... Oh, what was his name, Mox? Yes. Only in that area, though. So we must show you that house on the hill, as I will call it. I see. What is it? Interesting. I see. Okay. That would seem likely, yes. Will we know about the chain? Hi, Hex. Reverse summons. was mighty insensitive. Not for a lack of trying. I would say confused. That's a yes. Um, the collector, right? Yeah. He does. He does. Yeah. You saying it's on us? And you've been asking about them. Why have you been asking about them? Are you able to provide that information? He's bound by something, some sort of agreement or other control preventing him. I can't tell if that was in. Is it powerful by itself, or is it powerful because of us? And oh, was that a nightmare and a half? Survivor skill, basically. Are you saying you... I see. Very well. Oh boy. Right, well, the cold one is my deity. Yes, yes, yes. Hmm. Yep. No, no, they're not. Mm, very well. Okay. Interesting. Be right back. We are not live. We're still recording. Yes, because I've been recording, but for some reason YouTube and Twitch are not receiving data. They're being recorded, Justin. Air, Airy. Okay, so Twitch is still live, YouTube isn't. Carry on. YouTube is telling me it's receiving no bitrate, so. Carry on. He's fine. Definitely. Stop. 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 I wish we could have helped. I wish we could have helped more. Well. I have an eye on her. Indeed, it has. Yep. tell us about this? Not more damage. Not more damage. McNick is standing behind the... Oh. That's a clear 19. Did it cause? So it's simple-minded and... Thank you, everyone, for... You gonna tell everyone goodbye? No? Okay. Ow. Ow, ow. Thank you, everyone, for watching another night of Gameplays D&D. This was night 14. We will see you all next Friday with a potential change of scenery. 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Catch us there. Playlist is above Justin's head. Have a good night.